We might get started. Thank you. So welcome everyone to the Planning and Development Committee meeting for March 2021. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. Welcome to the members in the gallery today. We have some people in the gallery. I'd like to thank all of those in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the Mayor, the Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, councillors, Chief Executive Officer, the General Manager of Planning and Development Group. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose song lines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka and Guyabal peoples and Jarrawa peoples, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We don't have any apologies, but apparently Councillor Carol Taylor is running late and will be here shortly. Do we have any leave of absences? No. Or any declarations? No. So we move to item number 3, which is the Climate Risk Management Strategy Project, and this will be presented by Peter Barclay. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Peter.
So the purpose of today's report was to seek Council's permission to participate in the grant program as part of the Queensland Climate Resilient Council's program that Council signed up to just over 12 months ago. Unfortunately, last night we found out that Council was unsuccessful with the expression of interest, which was the first step in the process. And as you'd appreciate by reading the report, the point of bringing the report to Council now was that based on the timing of the grant, we didn't have the flexibility or the opportunity to come back to Council if we were successful getting the opportunity to submit a detailed grant application. So, that being said, it doesn't take away from the underlying reasons why we brought the report to Council, which are outlined on page 3 and 4 in terms of the purpose of the pilot project, which was around engaging both internal and external community stakeholders to ensure awareness and understanding of implications of the short and long-term climate risks, to work towards developing a high level of understanding of current and emerging risks associated with climate change, and that's something that Council is working on anyway across a range of its projects that it's undertaking at the moment, from the work that's being done as part of Toowoomba Regional Futures to the work that's happening in the water and waste group with Water Visions and the waste management strategy that Council just released. And I suppose looking at the outcomes that we were hoping to achieve by participating in the program, which is for councillors and organisation and key stakeholders in the broader community to have a strategic awareness of climate change, and an understanding of the climate risks faced by this community, understand the implications to our reputation, our obligations and operations, consider taking the step to preparing a climate risk management strategy in line with the framework and guideline that's part of the QCRC program, and I suppose at the end of that was to actually commit to preparing a climate risk management strategy. As I indicated, there's in the report there's a lot of work already underway, and utilising the framework was really an opportunity to bring all that together under one umbrella, and I suppose that's one of the key points that's been coming out of the governance assessment that we've been participating in as part of the program at the moment. We've just completed the detailed governance assessment interviews, which involved over 60 staff from across the organisation, and talking to them about what they're currently working on in this space, what the issues were. And I suppose that one of the key things that came back from that was, while everyone's working to legislation and best practice and strategic policy often coming out of the state government, what was lacking was that overarching direction from council about how to proceed with responding to climate risk and the issue of climate change. So I think with that I'll turn it back to the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Disappointing, to say the least, through no fault of our own, I guess. I guess I start the questions by asking, this is obviously something that we're going to have to do eventually anyway in a concise and methodical way, isn't it? And that's why
Correct.
we're applying for the grant. So I guess I'm asking you, and I suppose I know the answer, that it's important. We need to do it anyway, don't we?
Correct. I don't think, I mean, you can draw any amount of reasons why we should be doing it, but you really don't need to look much further than the Planning Act and the state planning policy, where the Queensland government's made it very clear about what we need to be and should be doing around the issue of climate change. Mm-hmm. And I suppose the longer we leave it, you know, the bigger the issue becomes in terms of the level of response. And I think it's fair to say that in dealing with this issue, I know there's a lot of emotion around using the word climate change and dealing with this issue, but I think if you boil it down to the most practical level, it's really about the business of council day in, day out, and I suppose the decisions we make day in, day out. So from, you know, simple things like the purchasing decisions we make, the sort of materials that we put into our roads, and you know, when we're planning our water treatment plants and sewage treatment plants, you know, considering the whole of life issues around that, including the energy demand that creates. And so, you know, all those upfront costs that we need to think about, but then how that plays out for the longer term running of those assets. Our strategic asset management program, our corporate risk, you know, it's things that we do day in, day out as a council in serving our community. And I suppose it's really trying to bring that together into a much more concerted effort that tends to, you know, I've heard, you know, just, you know, many times people talk about silos and, you know, within large organisations. And I think when I look at the framework and the guideline and what this actually means to us, and particularly when you look at the latter parts of the wheel that's on page 4 of the report, yeah, that's really picking up, again, a lot of the things that we're currently doing and building on and improving. The project management framework the council has to make sure that our projects are delivered on time, on budget and efficiently. Our long-term financial forecasting, our strategic asset management, all those sort of things come in behind. And then up front, you know, all the things that we're doing now, you know, as I said, with the Toowoomba Regional Framework, Toowoomba Regional Futures Program, and all the component studies of that, a warm temperate climate study, a bushfire risk assessment, you know, urban form and framework assessment, you know, they're all things that we're doing now, and it's just really what focus we put into that and how we address that. And I suppose that's a direction that's really needed, and a clear direction coming from council about how we proceed.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Bonhoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Peter. I guess you only got this news last night, but my understanding is that we were in competition with a lot of other councils. Have we had any feedback about why we weren't successful?
Not yet. So there was...
Is there an opportunity to get that feedback?
Yeah, I've emailed the program manager and she emailed me back this morning, and she actually noted that, you know, she said she, you know, her words were, you know, she felt sick in the stomach having to advise, you know, councils like ours, that she said there was literally points in sort of who got the grant, and unfortunately there was a limited grant pool available from the state government. Ultimately there can only be two, or a group of councils and a council that will proceed. So there were 16 councils that applied from across Queensland. 6 were shortlisted. When you look at the makeup of the councils, they seem to be spread across the state. So there was 2 from the north, far north, and sort of 2 in the central Queensland area, and in the southeast and south it was the group of councils, Sunshine and Noosa Council was a group project.
Supplementary, if I might, Madam Chair. So how much was the grant equivalent to?
So that we were applying for? We were applying for the single grant, the 120,000.
Okay, thanks. A comment then, Madam Chair. I very clearly see the benefit of what we're trying to do here, and I think that in the recommendations that are before us, it's no longer, we're not in the position anymore that we can apply for a grant to participate. So it could be amended to say that council considers budget allocation to participate in the Queensland Climate Resilient Council's pilot project.
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
Oh, sorry, just adding at BR2 would be the process.
Okay, thank you.
Is that whenever the budget allocation rounds would be coming through?
Okay, that's a recommendation. Councillor Summerfield, you had a question? Thank you.
I did, if I could. And Peter, thank you for that presentation. And it was good to hear you talk. Can you hear me all right? It was good hearing you talking about our procurement processes. And I went to a conference last week where they said councils had to start seriously considering recycled products such as carpet and furniture, all that sort of thing. It should all be either recycled or recyclable. And so it was really good to hear you saying that. Electricity, I have been saying for years now, and I have actually emailed, that council should set their air conditioning at 24 degrees winter and summer in cool and warm settings, and that would be a huge saving for our council across the region. So it's simple things like that that can be picked up. But I do have a couple of questions, if I could. One was on page 5 of the report. It says undertaking a high-level assessment of climate change in the region. I wondered what sort of process you would follow to do that.
What sort of process? Oh, sorry, I've turned it up to you now. I'm getting myself big time. So basically that's based on the guidance and the framework is looking at, I suppose, a lot of the information that's already there and available from the Bureau of Meteorology, any local studies or information that is available. So the first part of, or the first phase of the framework and the first 2 steps is really about bringing together the high level of information that's already there. The scope is not about delving into the detail and doing necessarily your own, detailed scientific investigations. But in saying that, tried to point out that the framework and the application of it is flexible, and it's clearly stated in the guideline up front, saying every council's context is different, so it's up to each council and community to decide which steps in which phase it applies. So it is a matter of picking and choosing to suit our local context. I suppose the thing that excites me about pursuing this project is, as I've said before, the amount of work that's already underway. So while we're doing, it was really quite eye-opening sitting in on all the interviews for the government assessment and listening to all the different staff about the different things that are going on. And with the Toowoomba Regional Futures Program, the warm temperate climate study that's underway, one of the things that they had to confront when they first started that study was that there was only a limited number of weather stations across the region. So as part of that project, the University of Southern Queensland have put in additional weather stations so that they can get a much more nuanced understanding of our entire region, because as you know better than anyone, we've got a really diverse region from the escarpment out onto the plains. So you can't just say what works in Toowoomba City is going to be relevant to someone at Pittsworth or at Clifton or anywhere else. So it is very much about drawing together the information that's already available. And I suppose that is that exploration, because we assume we know what's there, but it's only when you start to engage with people both inside and outside the organisation that you really get a complete picture of what's available to us.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. So then, second question really probably directed to Stuart or Brian, I'm not sure, but from a governance perspective, and I don't like to raise this because it's disappointing that we've lost this opportunity, well, certainly the grant opportunity. We applied for something on the 1st of March, or by the 1st of March, which was, the result came through yesterday, and we're asking for permission to apply today. From a governance perspective, how does that sit?
That's no problem. They asked that Council ratify, in this case, that decision. If Council today decided that they weren't going to proceed with that, we would just notify them and withdraw our application. So there's no problem doing that. Under normal circumstances, we don't usually come back in all cases and ask Council for permission to make applications for grants, but in this case they actually wanted approval by the Council to accept it, and just the way the timing felt, we put the application in. But if Council today had decided not to proceed, we'd have just withdrawn the application.
Councillor McMahon.
Oh, thanks, Chair. My question was before Councillors Ronhoff and Summerfield, and perhaps has been clarified by them, but I share the concern. It's a bit disappointing from where we sit that councils like Noosa can, get these climate grants, and we sort of struggle. I just wanted to pick up on something you said, and just for clarification, we are already doing the work. We're doing industry best practice across council. This is, I think you said, just to draw it in and put it in the strategic document of what we're doing. Is that kind of what you said?
Yeah, there's elements happening all over the organisation that can certainly contribute to a climate response and dealing with our climate risk. I suppose what we don't have is a clear position organisationally about what we see are, what are the risks as we see it, and that's the whole point of the starting of the framework, and then as a council and community determining how do we then respond to those risks. And again, that's a decision that needs to come back to, you need the information, and then you need to go, now that I've got that information, what do we do about it? So again, there's certainly some really good work happening across council, but it's still happening, all over the place. It's not being sort of brought together in a concerted effort, and certainly not like at the moment. Our insurance area will get the annual review by our insurers, and they have to go through an extensive questionnaire about have you got this, have you got this, have you got this, and I suppose the ability to have a climate risk management strategy that draws a lot of these things together. It's a bit like having an enterprise risk register. We've got risk registers sitting in every group, but ultimately, as those risks come together and they're assessed, what are the group of risks that face, a major issue for council as a whole organisation. And I suppose you could draw the same analogy with this, that there are lots of things happening. People are responding to climate change and the climate risk as they see it in their own operational areas to varying degrees. But as an organisation, how do we bring that together in a concerted effort to move forward on?
No, thanks for that. And I agree with Councillor Vonhoff's suggestion that we look to fund the work ourselves at a future position. I'm just wondering as well, with our grants, just quick follow-up, Chair, if I may, if we were looking to collaborate with neighbouring councils to strengthen our grant application, that seems the buzzword. Is that if this was to come around again, collaboration with our neighbours, a strategy we might look at?
I think definitely, and I think whether it's through a grant or just through good corporate and community practice. I mean, I was having a bit of a look at, like, I don't know who was unsuccessful, but I was looking at the email chain because we've got all the email addresses, and Somerset region applied and they were unsuccessful from what I can see, given that they're on the email list. So that we have, I think, 5 of the 6 councils that have joined our region are part of the QC RC program, and I've already made inquiries with Dorian Earhart, the program manager, about reaching out to those people. That was
I know this has just come through last night, so thanks for your answer.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Peter. Thanks for your report this morning and all that work that's been put into the grant submission. I applaud the proactive work that you've done in that area and in also the day-to-day activities that we already undertake, but I know there's a lot of work to do in this area as well. But unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, my questions have already been answered. So one was the opportunity of feedback, because it is disappointing. So it'd be interesting to know why, and but you've already answered that, and also you answered my question about where to from here. But also just a question following up on Councillor Summerfield's question about governance, because I also had a question about that as well. Because when it comes to that area, if council here today had not ratified the grant, then all those hours of work, and I'm not talking about this submission because this was really important, but just going forward on other grant submissions, I don't quite understand that if a grant is then not ratified here at council, then all those hours of work and resource are quite wasted, aren't they? So just was wondering when we got notification of the grant.
So we received notification in, I think it was mid-December last year, because with the Christmas shutdown and everything, meeting the committee schedule was this was really the earliest committee that we could bring it to. I think, to be fair to the QCRC program, they and Dorian Earhart, who's running the program, has also been running some of the coastal environmental programs. And I suppose her learnings from running grant programs with those was really the outcome of this process, which was that the initial expression of interest was not onerous. Like, certainly to put your best foot forward, you know, there's certainly still time and energy that goes into that, no doubt. But it wasn't like we were required to produce a full-blown grant application up front. And that's the whole point of this process, and I suppose why there's this, you know, well, we're faced with this dilemma today where I'm presenting a report that ultimately with recommendations that are now defunct because of the outcome. But the whole point was an expression of interest just to get an understanding of where council's at, and that was dealing around, you know, the benefits, you know, the key risks associated with running a pilot, the benefits of having a climate risk management strategy in place and developed, key stakeholders, so, you know, a demonstration that you clearly understand about who you'd need to be engaging with both internally and externally to the organisation, and then a project management, how you would manage the project, both within council but also with the community and getting information out to the community. So again, to be fair, I think you know, it was a measured process, and the time that went into it. The next step, if we had been successful, would have been next week, would have been funded training by the program to actually go through the climate leadership training that QCRC offer. And then the week after that was a dedicated workshop with specialists to help each council detail and refine its detailed grant application. And then there was another 3 weeks after that to then submit, which was the April 12th date that's in the report. So I think it was really, and is a really good process. I can't deny that when I read the email when it came in last night, I was pretty deflated, because I was really looking forward to,
Absolutely.
moving forward on that.
May I just have a supplementary very, very quickly? So, Peter, going from here, does council have a specific policy around this, or funding that 120,000 that Councillor Von Hoff was talking about? Would that assist in putting forth a structure or a policy for council in this area?
Yeah. So the outcome of the second step is at the end of that process is to come out with a clear position on climate risk and responding to climate change.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Peter. I can sense the deflation, which is disappointing. However, I don't think all is lost here, and Councillor Von Hoff's recommendation there is a good one. Maybe it could also be budget review 2 and or 2021-22 budget, simply because timing for you to do this, if budget reviews only comes through in April/May, and given the timing for the presentations you've just outlined, it may be an issue. So perhaps between now and next week you might give that some thought, and we may need to adjust that recommendation. But I do think, I agree, we're doing what we can in this area. The Environmental Advisory Group, I'd assume, would be one that would be very interested in getting involved in this, as they should. And I guess the community at large would be very much in agreement that we should be doing something, and certainly from a state policy perspective, we must do something. So I agree with the Chair's comments earlier that we need to do it. It's just the timing of when we do it and the resourcing for it. So recommendation, I think, is fine. That's up there. Just adding those other words in case you have a difficulty delivering in this current budget.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Shine?
No, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. Just a couple of things. Just in relation to what you just said a few minutes ago about training next week and workshops a week after, if we sort of postpone what was foreshadowed by Councillor Von Hoff to April, when BR2 is looked at, will you miss out on that opportunity, or will there be further workshops?
The QCRC program do offer the various training modules ongoing. Dorian, in the email, which I think has all councillors received, on being unsuccessful.
Oh, I don't think so, no.
In the email, it actually does say that, if other councils that were unsuccessful want to participate in the training next week, that's certainly available, but it's at our cost. So the grant, part of the grant and the grant process was that they would cover the training for the councils that were successful. Yeah. But they've certainly left the door open for any councils that would be interested.
I'm sure that's the case, but in terms of how we finance that, will we have to have some resolution authorising the expenditure of that money for the training? It's for others to enlighten us about, but it'd be good if we did, in my view. I was just wondering, there was in the report a mention that the lawyer from King & Co, Mr Kevin, said that action was important and urgent. I was just wondering, were there some legal reasons that he indicated in that presentation?
So I suppose that was drawing from the presentation that he did to council last year, and as I say, that a lot of it comes back to what's coming out of the Planning Act, which is, to be honest, is quite high level, but gets into a lot more detail in the state planning policy. So I suppose that the reference to that was really drawn from the presentation that was circulated back to you last night when you put that question through.
Okay. I haven't sort of refreshed my memory about that, but I just worried that there might have been some legal reasons given by Mr Kevin which might have exposed council to some liability if we didn't take action, I suppose, is the point of my question.
I think if you look at his presentation, it's, I mean, there's, and you know far better than I, in terms of the legal sort of position on this, but I think, that the urgent comes into this stuff is like a slow-moving train, but it's really hard to pull. It's the sort of thing that if you don't get on and start doing and demonstrating early, it's too late. Like with any significant risk management process, you can't undo when the things ultimately happen. So the earlier that you start to engage and demonstrate what action you're taking, so that we have a history of dealing and managing the risk, then that stands council in very good stead. Failing to act or and not being able to demonstrate. So when we have all the different extreme weather events and all sorts of things, council having a position where it can lay out and saying these are all the things we're doing and have done, and it's just building that weight of evidence to say, we're not sitting on our hands here, we're actually being as proactive as we possibly can, dealing with an issue that is confronting to everybody. Like, it's such a wide-ranging issue, and I think that's a challenge for us collectively is in dealing with climate change. It is all-encompassing, and it's hard to sort of get your head around. So again, it's about that demonstration, and particularly when it comes to the legal liability side, which Dave was stepping out in his presentation.
And participating in the scheme would be one step along the way as well, one assumes.
That's correct.
I might have missed it, I think I missed it, but Councillor McMahon raised the question about the applicants, and there were 6 successful. Were they all joint, combined in partnership with one another, two?
No, there was, Sunshine Coast and Noosa were the only combined, all the others were single applicants.
Thank you.
And I think that's probably, going back to Councillor Taylor's question earlier, is probably the only thing that in the time frame available, to effectively herd the cats, to try and get out and engage with everyone and get everyone on the same page and then do the application, was challenging. Like, it was and probably the reason why a lot of councils just went along with individual applications.
Were you, final question if I could, were you surprised that only, I think you said 16 councils participated out of excess?
There's over 40 in the program in Queensland.
Is that disappointing?
Well, based on the email that we received from the program manager of the QCRC program, she thought it was an excellent response. I think the reality is, there's still a lot of councils at varying levels of maturity in going through the program. So some may have only just signed up. Like, the reason Dorian couldn't give me feedback any earlier is she's actually on the road to Goondiwindi today, and out of the office for the next 2 days. So this council's coming online. So everyone's at a different stage, getting collective heads around the issues. So I think I think to have nearly half of the participants in the program apply and go through the process, you could say is a really good result. And as Dorian pointed out, a good signal to the state government to say, maybe you need to, allocate a bit more funding to this sort of thing and allow more councils to the opportunity to participate in it.
Thank you, Peter.
Councillor Carl, I'm coming to you. I just while we're still on that point there, Peter, so sorry, you said the ones that were successful, are they mostly coastal councils?
No, it's in, so in central Queensland you've got Rockhampton and Central Highlands. Just bear with me for a moment.
I just wondered whether we're sort of caught in between the extreme temperatures of central Queensland and then the coastal with the flooding and the rising sea levels and
yeah, look,
severe.
I think ultimately it just came down to, with that many councils applying, and as Dorian said, there was literally points within the assessment it got down to, and she said there was a lot of agonising and backing and forthing on it. So we had the 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, there was 5 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the combined. So Central Highlands Regional Council, Noosa and Sunshine Coast were the group proposal. Rockhampton Regional Council, Tablelands Regional Council, and Torres Strait Island.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carl, sorry, I cut you off there.
You're right. Comment, if I may, Madam Chair. A couple. We've already heard about the requirement around the state planning policy and the regulations, albeit high level, but it will filter down. And we've heard about risk exposure and the level of that exposure that councils are subject to. Dare I liken this to a car insurance policy based on exposure based on use? It's a recognised practice. There are a number of insurers now in that fraternity that are insuring based on the users of the vehicle, which equates to an amount in a premium. I see this as the effort's not lost at all. I see it as a really positive step, and for us to be proactive about it is really good. It's a way of systemising and standardising underneath an overarching recognised framework when it comes to insurers. And it allows, as we've heard from Peter, a degree of flexibility. One size doesn't fit all, even within this regional council and from this council to the next council authority. But we've also heard the level of exposure as some of the examples Peter's given. So to do nothing, in my mind, would equate to a hefty insurance premium if we can't clearly demonstrate and articulate under an overarching recognised framework our level of exposure and how we're proactive, what we're doing about that. So I think in doing this, it's value for money to the ratepayer around minimising, if for nothing else, and I say the lowest common denominator, minimising our insurance premium without all the proactive benefits for the environment. So I applaud you, Peter, and your work, and the team, Michelle, and if I've forgotten anyone, please forgive me, but I really would like us to push on with this. I think it's extremely important around efficient operations of an organisation this size and our level of exposure.
May I just...
Yes, Peter.
Just, I can't agree more wholeheartedly, Councillor. I suppose just casting your mind back to when Ian Edwards presented to Council on insurance, and I suppose the only point I'd like to make on top of what you've said is it's not just about Council's risk exposure. The examples now, both in Australia and overseas, California with the bushfires, where whole communities becoming uninsurable. And I suppose, again, it's about council taking, a leading responsibility as well on behalf of its community to demonstrate as a region how we're dealing with this and doing whatever we can to minimise the risks, both real and perceived, around climate change for our community members as well.
Brilliant. And Councillor Antonio.
Thank you, Peter. Look, when we do the study, the full study that you obviously had done some planning in respect to, if we were going to get this money, what sectors would you had involved in that? And I'm I'm concerned that the broadest possible scope is given to that study, and particularly when it comes to primary production, I think we ought to make absolutely sure that there was input from that sector, because they've, of course, been managing climate variability ever since they began farming.
Unfortunately, the one piece of paper I didn't bring is the expression of interest, which is left on my desk. But in terms of stakeholders we were looking at, so we covered, if I go mentally through the expression of interest, first and foremost, there was we've got this wonderful group of advisory, community advisory committees that represent all manner of interests. So certainly, picking up them, the Disaster Management Committee, and all the relative interests that come with that. And we've been working closely with Kent and Jenna on the disaster management planning as well, because the framework has been developed to harmonise both with the state government risk management, emergency risk management framework, and the resilience planning that they do. From the business sector, we recognise that there's a lot of great things happening in the private sector with waste to energy and opportunities like that. So TVSE and all manner of business groups, Chamber of Commerce, definitely. Then all the environment and community organisations, the wonderful array of community organisations that we have operating in the region. So I mean, it was really about when we're doing the expression of interest, where to pull it up rather than sort of struggling to think about who to involve. And I suppose that that provides both the opportunity and the risk, in doing this sort of work as well, because it is there is a lot of varied and wide interests, and that's part of the process is about engaging with people and finding out where everybody's at and finding out where the opportunities are, and I think that's the other side of the framework that probably I haven't highlighted as well. We talk about risk and it's sort of all sort of like but there's also all the opportunities, and the framework clearly acknowledges that, and particularly with the work Matt and his team have done with the waste management strategy and recognising the opportunities that are coming from waste and what we can be doing in that space. So very much so recognising that the business community has a big role to play in this space, particularly given what underlies this region with we've got mining, we've got agriculture, we've got freight and logistics, all these sorts of interests that at face value could be diametrically opposed to what we're talking about here, but it's not. It's hand in glove, because those businesses and those people have to confront the same issues that we're confronting, and how they manage and run their businesses efficiently and effectively. And if you're managing waste and reducing energy expenditure and all those things, there's a financial benefit that comes with that, as well as the environmental and social benefits.
Thank
Peter,
you.
that was a beautiful summary. I think, we've got one more question here, Councillor Von Hoff, and then Councillor...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I think that it's important that we stay in sync with the process, even though we didn't get the funding, the grant funding, that we stay in sync with the process. And to Councillor Shine's point about the dates coming up for the courses next week, there is a sense of urgency with this. We're being told that by our insurers, Queensland Treasury Corporation. We know that we need to act on this for our insurance, our risk mitigation and so forth. So I just want to make sure that what we've got in front of us allows officers to participate in those courses that are coming up next week or the week after. And if not, if we need to add something about to retroactively include costs associated with participating in those courses until the budget funding is considered. If we could have some information. I just want to make sure that we stay travelling in the same stream. We're waiting for the funding to be considered, but these courses are happening 15th, 16th and 19th of March.
Yeah, well, Michelle, mate, I'm unclear as to the cost of those courses.
Yeah, at what cost? Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. We would have to come back and confirm the actual costs, but when we've received information from the Queensland Resilient Councils some time ago, I believe the cost for the training, which was a full 5 days of training from memory, was in the order of about $3,500 for an officer. That opportunity can come up at other times, so they are not. This is not the only window available to council. So those programs are run on a semi-regular basis. I would have to confirm when the next opportunity would be available.
So you have that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michelle. Then it's not necessary if we can just consider it in due course and slip back into the stream when appropriate. That's all fine. There's no need for an amendment.
I'm not sure what the timing is, but that I think the other thing is that the funding that was being applied for the grant, the majority of that monetary funding that would have actually been to engage a consultant to support council through this process. So the training and upskilling of the council staff was to share that information and knowledge about the framework, but it was also envisaged that there would need to be some additional specialist support to undertake the risk management strategy.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Summerfield, did you have another question?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick one, if I could. So, just there's been conversation happening about the trial or the pilot, and just wondering if the outcomes of the pilot programs will be shared with all councils involved, I'm assuming, which would help us then to develop a policy down the track for stage 2. So if that's the case, then we probably, and I go back to what Councillor McDonald was suggesting, that it would be a 21-22 budget consideration, I would have thought, because we're not going to be able to get the results of stage 1 before then anyway, are we?
The April timing was purely associated with this grant. No reason why I can't commence with the new financial year, certainly.
Thank you. So that that resolution before us could be adjusted accordingly, perhaps? I'd be happy to second that if the mover is comfortable with it.
So sorry, Wendy, you've just taken out what you just took out at BR2, did you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if there's any harm in keeping it in there. If we can't get it arranged in time, so be it. We'll do it for 21-22. But if we do get it arranged in time, happy days. But
if I may, through you, Madam Chair, the initial program that was being offered through the grant was estimated to take about 12 months. So had council been successful in pursuing all the way through the grant, they would have been given 12 months to complete the project. So if the grant funding wasn't made available as part of BR2, whilst we could commence it, we would not finish it in this financial year. So this would become potentially either a full-year project or multi-year project. What we can do is put in a request through the budget submission process for consideration that will now allow us time to be able to undertake that. And from my perspective, a 21-22 budget, we would envisage being able to complete that within the full 12 months.
Okay, so that's all. That would be sufficient for the team. What's before us there? Budget allocation.
So the estimate in working with the support staff in preparing the expression of interest indicated an estimate of costs would be in the order of 150,000. So the budget that we would have been given through the grant process was 120, which would have left a funding gap of 30,000, which we indicate in the support. So if we were to put this through the budget consideration process, we would need to seek the full 150 and have that considered as part of that process and assessment.
Okay, well that's fine, Councillor Summerfield. I'm happy with considered a budget allocation for 21-22 budget.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I've exhausted all questions and comments. So, Councillor Von Hoff, you're moving the recommendation there up on the screen. Does anyone want me to read it out? That's okay. And Councillor Summerfield was seconding it. All those in favour of the recommendation? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. That's great news. Okay, Mr Summers, with the sore back, is coming to speak to us about the Regional Development Statistics Report.
Yes, I'm an invalid today. Councillors, I'll just be very brief on this one. January is traditionally a very slow month. It's when there's a bit of a rush in December, and January and sometimes February can be a bit slower. In this case, over January, we had no new lots approved through the RAL process, but we did have 12 sealed. That compared to 27 lots that I think were approved in December, and 110 lots were actually sealed for the market in December. So, as I said, January tends to be a bit slow. In the same period, 49 new dwellings were approved and 2 new units, compared to the December of 73 new dwellings and 18 units. December, again, tends to have that little pre-Christmas rush. In terms of timing in terms of the decisions that are made, 92% of the total planning decisions in January were undertaken within the 20 business days. It's 92% within the statutory period. Are there any questions in relation to the rest of the report?
Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Stuart. On page 135 of Board Books, there's reference to a comparison between January and the preceding month, December. Just wondering, is it possible to, or easy enough to give comparisons between the previous 12-month anniversary, the January 2020, for example, compared with January 2021 in future?
In terms of lot approvals and things like that,
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we do. We actually have.
You have them?
The graph.
We have them there. It follows graph
lot,
4.
Lot 4, yeah, but it doesn't really. It's not as specific as.
It's not that illuminating, is what you're trying to say, is it?
Something of my.
Yeah. No, the detail is small because it does go back.
It wouldn't be too hard to get that, though, would it?
Oh no, not difficult at all. We have those stats.
Yeah,
So
it
if you
just
wanted.
Enables us to.
Maybe a
months ago.
closer look at the last 2 years or something like that. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't want you to go to
Yep.
ordinary steps.
Yep. No, look, we can do that.
Thank you.
And I'm still waiting for the new form that we were looking at, that I was talking to Council about earlier, a couple of months ago. It's taking a bit longer to get that presentation in place. The new way of illustrating stats, hopefully making it a lot clearer, because some of these graphs are a bit hard to read.
Just wondering, sorry, if I just one more, if I could. Just on page 134, you refer to the new temporary incentive policy application, new temporary incentive policy. Could you, for my benefit anyway, others might know about it, but could you refresh my memory as to what the new temporary incentive policy is and how it's been working? Has it been effective in terms of numbers and applying for it and so on?
Yes, this one was approved in December, and that's to do with the non-residential areas, in other words, industrial areas, to try and incentivise industrial development, which has been lagging a little bit over the last few years. And in the period since December, we've had 2 applicants come forward, which are detailed there in the report. That's at table 9.
Yep.
And then table 10. Table 10 is there to indicate those that have been approved.
Right.
And we haven't approved any at this stage. They're still being looked at.
Is that sort of the expected number in the short period of time, or do you have to promote it better, or what do you think?
I knew of one that was going to be coming in, and it hasn't actually come in yet. But 2 others have, so yeah, that's good. Yep.
So Stuart, that was I was going to ask the same question. That's better than expected result, do you think?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
It's quicker than I had thought.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stuart, we used to have, and I don't know what the status of it is, but we used to have like an environmental design incentives, like if a home was north-facing, had windows strategically placed, all that sort of thing. Do you remember we used to have that policy? And I'm just wondering what happened to that. Did it just fall away?
Yeah,
or?
but we've still got the policy in the scheme. In terms of design guides, there wasn't any incentive there.
I thought there was.
Units, I think.
I can remember us giving the tick to a few.
Okay.
Unless I'm dreaming.
No, look, what I'll do is
Madam
I'll
Chair,
take...
sorry, Stuart, if I just mention, I think what Councillor Summerfield may be thinking about is when we had the unit incentive and we had the design and environmental ticks for those to help for them to go through.
Let's go there again.
Thanks for your memory, Councillor Taylor. It's come to the fore again.
Let's not go there again, but I do
I don't, but
I
that's
do
what
wonder
I think
whether we shouldn't be doing that, having just been up to Jeff Gibson Homes, where he's building a really environmental home. I just wonder whether we shouldn't be encouraging that throughout our region to I'm not sure about what others think, but
I
some
think
sort of incentivisation to encourage homes that use less power, which is an environmental outcome.
The Green Star thing.
Would you say, Stuart, that that's part of our sort of specification thing, details that we ask for at the moment, that you have those design principles?
Yeah, we've got them in the scheme. We're going to enhance those through the new scheme, but certainly Councillor Taylor is quite correct that we're as part of the incentives for multi-unit development back in 2011 or whenever it was, we did have that design element to it, which was obviously orientation and other climate-related designs, and it sort of worked in a way, but the design issue was one of the issues that, of course, came out of that exercise as probably not meeting what we would have liked it to have met in terms of standards. if we were to repeat that, I think we'd be a lot stronger in terms of requiring better design outcomes. And but we live and we learn.
Thanks, Mr Summers. That might be the understatement of the century, do you think? Councillor Antonio?
Stuart, considering the demand there is for housing, and I was just talking to a house buyer yesterday who just isn't getting there in time when a house is open for inspection, opportunity to buy, and if they drop everything and go there, there's someone that's already bought it. There's tremendous demand for people wanting to buy houses in Toowoomba. Now, is the private sector responding in terms of that land? Are there any alternate opportunities to produce more land? Because the story I'm hearing is not all of the land that we've got in the pathway to be developed is necessarily attractive, not the land that's coming through now. Are there any other opportunities that we could in fact encourage at this point in time? There's absolutely no doubt there is a high housing crisis in Toowoomba in terms of the numbers of buyers we have versus the number of opportunities, and obviously more land is going to be more critical as time goes forward.
Yes, there's a number of issues in your question. One is location.
Yep.
The other is availability of housing in those locations. Certainly there is high demand for housing within the existing built area of Toowoomba. There are ways and means of increasing the amount of housing within our existing urban areas through increased density. Done carefully, it can be quite a good way of increasing housing in that area. We are not at the moment going through any sort of boom in terms of unit development or applications for units in those areas. In terms of our greenfield areas, they are certainly selling very well. They are going well. The developers at the moment are into building their next stages to try and meet that demand, but there is naturally a lag. I mean, building roads and sewers and stormwater and all the infrastructure that goes into the greenfield areas, of course, takes time. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 months just in the construction period to get that done. That's happening. There are probably 5 developers out there at the moment that are doing that, and I understand that they're able to almost sell off the plan a number of those houses. So I think the development industry is going as hard as it can. There is no shortage of land at the moment. The existing estates, the existing developers, we all know most of them in this room, they are proceeding with the construction of the next stages, and there is no hold-up. The hold-up that's coming is through the lack of materials, concrete materials, pipes, pits, etc. They're on back orders of 3 to 5 months. The very tight situation with getting professional consulting services. Surveyors are very short. Consulting engineers. If you can get one of those to spend some time on your job, you're doing well. So those are the sorts of issues that have caught the industry a little bit by surprise, and normally, particularly with the professional consulting services, you can normally pick those up in Brisbane if our local guys are busy. But the Brisbane firms are also very busy at the moment.
And I also note, I'm sorry to butt in, but the Cathedral have got the preliminary approval to commence their school in the Westbrook area.
They have,
so that would certainly, surely, provide someone with a bit of an incentive to get on with what they want to do.
Yes, except it's the other services that are somewhat in short supply down there. Water and sewerage. pretty fundamental urban services that we need to roll out in that southern area. That's a principal issue. I mean, again, I guess it's priority. It comes through the consideration that council will be giving to the planning scheme, the zonings, and also the LGIP and the PIA.
Mr Summers,
there
I
are
wonder
lots
if
of
you
areas
might
that are well and truly
just
serviced.
quickly before you finish
Yep.
up there, just make that link between the rental market and the availability of land again. I know we talk about it quite often, but if you could just...
Yes. Yes, unfortunately, the rental market... Well, there is a link. And interestingly, talking to a couple of the developers, there are a considerable number of people that are actually now buying sites and building houses that are currently renting in the rental market, the local rental market. And so as people take up owner occupancy, that will release existing rental housing. And rental housing, of course, comes in the form of existing detached dwellings that are often bought by mums and dads and other investors and form part of the rental pool, as do units, multi-development units that provide a large bulk of the rental accommodation in existing urban areas. The vast majority, and this is from what I'm being fed in terms of information from the development industry, the vast majority of houses that are being sold at the moment are for owner occupancy, the greenfield houses, not for rental. There are some, but not a lot, that are doing that. There's some inquiries coming in from interstate. Some of the developers are saying no to those people. They'd much rather sell their houses to owner occupants than the rental market. That's the choice of the developer, and I think other developers are probably not doing the same thing. They're probably allowing some interstate developers to, or investors to buy housing in some of the other estates. But it's a confusing area, but principally greenfield areas generally are going for the owner-occupier.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a bit of a complex issue, and as someone who's been looking to try to buy a house, the most demand is for houses on larger blocks with trees in established areas of Toowoomba. And that's, you might go to an open house at 10 o'clock and there's a contract on it by 10 past 10. So that's actually how it's going, and maybe the greenfield sites are going well, but the biggest demand, it's a complex issue because, as it's been said to me by the real estate agents, it's a perfect storm with the low interest rates and fewer people are selling because if they want to upgrade or go into something else, that's very high cost as well. So I don't think that the direct correlation is there between the land supply and the houses at the moment, and we think it's just here. It's not. It's absolutely everywhere. It seems to be a post-COVID thing, and it's just absolutely everywhere. But the main demand in our city, in particular, is for established areas with larger yards and with vegetation for amenity. So if you've got that, you're in a really good spot.
And the prices are still good. I mean, comparatively speaking, they're rising, but they're still good compared to Brisbane, Gold Coast.
They're probably...
Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, I'd pick up on the General Manager's words there around the availability of land and within the urban footprint and more so within the priority infrastructure area. We constantly need to remind ourselves of the fact that this council or any other council doesn't have the right to prohibit development anywhere. The facts are that a developer who owns land outside of the priority infrastructure area can develop his or her land They just need to contribute or pay what we know as bring forward costs for that critical infrastructure networks that the General Manager alluded to. The subject school site, Cath Ed at Westbrook, with their preliminary application in, will be subject to the same sorts of bring forward costs around infrastructure. So a matter of timing as to whether they pay that or not, or whether there's an uptake in future considerations in the planning scheme review, will determine that as to the extent of our priority infrastructure area and the need. So just grow a little bit tired of a one-sided story about availability of land and suitability. You know, it's probably some of the case of some of it mightn't be suitable because it's not owned by a developer. The facts are that we have enough land now for the immediate future. With the onset of the Toowoomba futures and the planning scheme review, that will be under the critical spotlight. So I go back to my comment. This council or any other council cannot prohibit development. It is entirely up to the developer if they want to develop outside of that priority infrastructure area, they pay the bring forward costs. And the reason why that happens is an affordability issue for our general rate base, who is our only source of revenue, to kick the tin if we have to bring forward those costs out of our revenue stream. That's not fair. So we need to give a balanced view. I'm sorry for rambling, Madam Chair, but I wanted to pick up and elaborate on the General Manager's comments a little further.
Thanks,
I might,
if
I could just clarify that as long as it's outside the PIA but within the urban footprint.
Yes, sorry.
Otherwise it is prohibited.
Yes.
Okay, so the recommendation there that the report of the General Manager Planning and Development Group on the regional development statistics for January 2021 be noted by the Council. Can I have someone move that? Councillor Antonio, Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. Can I have someone move an adjournment? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff, all those in favour? Thank you. Would you like to take a little break?
Yeah, good idea.
Sounds good.
Right. Thank you, councillors. I'll be as quick as I can. I'll open the Water and Waste Committee meeting for March. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody watching online. We have no items to consider today, and so I close the meeting. Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
There'll be more of it.
Do we need a motion?
Time for that.
So, do I go up and do it? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to open the ISG Infrastructure Services Group Committee meeting for March, and I'd like to make a declaration of declarable conflict of interest. On item number 3, the pedestrian crossing at Yandilla Street, Pittsworth. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The particulars are the name of the related party are Wayne and Lindy Wilson. The nature of my relationship with the related party is Wayne Wilson is my brother and Lindy Wilson is my sister-in-law. The nature of the related party's interests in the matter are that they reside at 33 Hume Street and the corner of Evans Lane, Pittsworth, and that proposed works on Evans Lane are mentioned in the Stage 2 consultation report, attachment 5 of your report. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions. Thank you. So I'll ask Councillor Melissa Taylor, our portfolio leader, to take the chair, please.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Does anyone have any questions for Councillor Taylor? Yes, Councillor O'Hara.
Councillor Taylor, did you say your brother and sister-in-law have a business?
My brother and sister-in-law live, their residence is on the corner opposite the Catholic Church in Hume Street. It's the old Dobson residence, and that's where they reside.
Any other questions? Thank you. Brian? Okay. Would someone please put a motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I move, given the information that we've got and the nature of this this actual report, I would suggest that Councillor Carol Taylor has no greater or lesser interest in this than any other resident in the Toowoomba region, to be perfectly honest, and therefore I move that Councillor Carol Taylor can continue in the discussions and vote on this matter.
Thank you. Seconder. Thank you. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. And yes. Okay. All in agreement. And the vote. Sorry. All in favour. Unanimous. Thank you. Reasons? No.
I think I gave the reasons, but are you okay with those reasons, Wendy?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're up there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands that we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Jadawar and the Guyabal people and the Biggambil people to the west of our shire, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I'd like to acknowledge the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors, and I'd like also to welcome everyone in the room today, including our staff teams, and acknowledge anyone who may be watching on Council's social media channels. Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Councillor Melissa, for being that. I introduce item 3, I think it is it? Item 3, and the pedestrian crossing at Yandilla Street, Pittsworth, and I acknowledge our General Manager Mike Brady and our Manager Transport and Drainage Planning Rodney Betts, and Trevor Watts, who's in our comms team, who's with us today to answer any questions that you may need have answered. And I'll hand over to Mike Brady to introduce the item. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for this, Chair, for handing over. The item in front of you there is one that goes back the last few years, but one that we were going to commence construction in October 19. And just as we went to commence construction, there was a bit of concern raised by nearby businesses in respect to where this Yandilla Street pedestrian crossing was going. That said, there's, as you can see from within the report, a fair bit of history to the project, which dates back a couple of years. And obviously when there was initial consultation, when we did the design works with the support of Toowoomba a few years ago, there was good support. Subsequently though, just as I just mentioned, as we went into the construction phase in October, we it came to a bit of a standstill there. We took the opportunity in liaison with TMR to hold on the project and revisit the consultation, but revisit it not only from those that have a business in the street there, but from how the community actually uses the street, and particularly how they cross in that vicinity. Through that, you would see through the attachments, the consultation attachment, nearly 60% of nearly 250 community members that responded to the Stage 2 consultation supported that the location remain as originally proposed. That said, there's still a largish group that had other thoughts and gave other thoughts in respect to other locations in Yandilla Street where it should go. But from a preference point of view, the community, and particularly those probably of a younger and more elderly nature, felt that the location being proposed was the most convenient and most user-friendly. That's also supported by the survey work that we've done over time, again within the attachments, particularly attachment 2 goes into where the high-use pedestrian areas are. That sort of gives you a clear indication of, substantially more pedestrians use the vicinity that we've indicated. When the community came back, might just go to the next one there. Yeah, so that area G is to the right of the screen there. If you go then back to the previous slide, thanks Wendy. As you can see, it's substantially the largest subsection of pedestrian movement back in August. And look, the usage, we haven't done an updated one for this year obviously, but the usage hasn't really changed greatly in Pittsworth. With the consultation we did in December, The community did come back with, as I said, when I say various people within the community had some different suggestions and different proposals, which were all looked at in respect to this matter. It boiled down to, though some didn't particularly like the crossing going exactly where it's proposed, some of the significant issues were around the potential loss of car parking. And so as part of mitigating some of the concerns that were raised, we also proposed within the report a number of ameliorations actions, and that includes putting in a couple of disability car parks, provision of 9 angled car parks, as noted, and that's shown in one of the attachments there, attachment 4. That shows, again, the front of attachment 4. Shows a number of additional car spots going in, which is actually more than what's coming out, so, or the same as, 8 spots. And we're also looking at around in Murray Street, which is a short walk away, the provision of a bus stop for things such as school buses taking students to carnivals, school and the like, and they can walk up through a lane footpath, which is a concrete footpath. Mm. There's a small additional cost of works to make that all come together, but I think, as noted within the report, that can be handled within our current budget for pedestrian facilities. So I think the proposal to go back to installing what was originally proposed, the design of the pedestrian crossing in Pittsworth, as noted in the original location, generally very close to opposite the pool there, in that vicinity, and sort of to put in these extra works goes a long way to ameliorating a lot of the concerns that were raised. So I put that to councillors, the recommendations that are there. Probably one more thing, it's pretty important that we make a clear decision and move forward with this project. TMR has the funding this financial year, and they've got obviously a high preference that we actually complete the work this financial year. So over to you, back to you, Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr Brady. Councillor Megan O'Sullivan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr Brady, I just a comment about the mapping, I suppose. I just couldn't find anywhere on the mapping where you could see. I just found the mapping a bit hard to understand. I guess you couldn't see exactly where the pedestrian was going in relation to the pool and the doctors, and but I wondered if you might talk us through the Evans Lane theory about that needing to have dual access to that car park. That's Evans Lane, isn't it? And making it one way.
Only part of it.
Yeah.
Only part of it, isn't it? Yeah.
So I'll just ask Rod to come and talk on the Evans Lane, what's being proposed there.
Attachment 5.
There's a set, yeah, to explain what the traffic changes are there.
No, 5. Attachment 5.
You right with that, right?
It's actually in attachment 5, councillors, you'll see.
You're right with that. Yep.
525.
Yes, good morning, councillors.
Hey, Rod.
So the car park area of concern is at the basically the top left of that little red box that Wendy's just moved on me. And that's an area with parking for both the IGA and also a number of council spaces in that area there. As you can see, it presently has 3 access points actually. Evans Lane coming in off, I think that is Short Street. Yep. It's two-way, but it's fairly narrow. There's also been some work recently on that section of Evans Lane that goes to the south down to Hume Street, and I believe that it's one way and currently operating to the south. as an exit. And the other laneway comes up directly onto the main street there at Yandilla Street. So there's presently 3 ways of accessing that area. I guess the view as to whether a laneway should or shouldn't be closed in terms of emergency access to that particular area, we can all have our views around that, and some would say, well, that's a reasonable view. Some would say, well, no, I disagree with that. That's probably fair enough, given that there are these other accesses to it. It's not the only access to there. But at the end of the day, I think, as Mike said, the issue here is we're trying to provide a facility, or the first facility for Pittsworth, in the location where we currently understand the highest demand occurs for all pedestrians, and particularly the younger pedestrians and the more elderly pedestrians. So it's possible that in the fullness of time there could be 2 or 3 or 4 crossings along the length of Yandilla Street. I think what we're seeking support for at the moment is just where this first one should go.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod. Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question around Mr Brady. I note, as you said, the history of this and back to 2017. So with a little bit of conjecture in the community, we've gone back to do this again. So just looking at the stats and the pedestrian crossings, we obviously didn't do another pedestrian count this time around. Is there a reason we did or didn't do that 4 years on?
Generally because the usage in the street hasn't changed in the last few years, and the population of Pittsworth is roughly the same or a little bit more. So the usages, particularly access to the different shops that are there, the doctors, the pool, and all those sorts of usages haven't sort of changed greatly. Probably at all, in fact. So, it's really supporting this what's been there. So, I think what the more recent survey, though, did pick up that supports what was done in 2017 is the critical need for vulnerable users, the young and the elderly, to be able to cross the street in that location. And that came through fairly strongly in the public consultation that's been done. So, and again, when you look at from a holistic community perspective, and not just adjacent businesses, the issue around adjacent businesses was the loss of car parking, and issues such as that, which in the original design, that's what it sort of wasn't looking at that extra work. So we've proposed with the original design now to do at the same time the additional car parking spaces, which means 8 spaces lost, 8 spaces put back in, and moving the bus accessibility around into Murray Street, which goes a long way to ameliorating the issues and concerns that one sector of the community, which was the businesses in that area, were promulgating.
Just thanks, Madam Chair. Just supplementary to that, I guess I understand the point you make there, but for me, looking at it, the fact that things have changed or that a few opinions have changed around it as to why, and I understand the issues you've raised there, but I think it would have been handy to see if anything has changed around pedestrian counts with it. But that aside, can I ask as well, Area G, so I'm on 516 of board books, so where we've got the breakdown there of going back to these numbers of 2017. So Area G is obviously the largest patronised area. Is or is not the proposed location of this in Area H?
If we go to...
They'd be borderline, I know, but...
The cover... If we go to the... sorry. This attachment here. You can see just the bottom right-hand side of the IGA, which is the bottom right of the plan, the bottom plan there. So basically just there, just near that arrow is the IGA, which is really the eastern end of H. So, it is picking a location that is relevant to the key uses in that area, which and as close to roughly mid-block as possible as well, so that it optimises, you know, the pedestrian usage. So those going to the IGA would, that's a high pedestrian node, the pool in itself, and then on the other side of the road, as I understand, there's doctors and a couple of other businesses.
Sullivan Nick ladies. And,
yeah, so a couple of other related businesses there.
Okay. I'll hold for the moment. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sharon?
No, thanks, Chair. If you look at page 527, Appendix A, survey results, you see that it says 56.5% of respondents support the proposal, but then it goes on to say 16% disagree with the proposed location. So would you not add that 16% to the 43.5% who object to it going near the pool, and therefore making a majority against that proposal rather than the way it's presented as a majority in favour of it? If you look at 1 and 2 in Appendix A.
Yeah. I might ask, if I can, Trevor Mitchell, through your chair, to speak to some of the consultation, the detail. But I suppose what you end up with, I asked Trevor to come in, you've still got over 50% of the community saying one location and supporting that location, and then you get this splinter of the other 50%. Okay, so you may have some people saying we want it here, some others saying we want it there, and they might be 15 or 20% here or there, but the bulk, the main portion of the community there, respondents, support the location that is there. But I'll get
And
Trevor
if I could just say that the biggest concern was the loss of 8 car parks, which has been addressed, and with the addition of 2 disability compliant car parks, which were never there before.
Yeah.
So I think that, you know, that needs to be considered as well. Thanks, Trevor.
Just before Trevor speaks, but just my point was that if I was correct with the way I've read it, then a majority of 59.5 don't want it near the pool. That's the way I've read your survey.
Yep.
So I suppose, you know...
Good morning, councillors.
Certainly divided the community.
With those results, the way we interpreted it was that there was overwhelming support for it, but within that there's a subsection of people who thought we want the pedestrian crossing, but how about you consider it to be up here? And the up here was mostly between the Chinese restaurant and the St Vinnie store, which is the Evans Lane entrance into the car park. Equally, though, the people who objected to it, a lot of those said, object to it because I don't want the crossing to be where you're proposing it, I'd like to be somewhere else. So there's blurring in both parties where it's not a straightforward objection to not wanting a pedestrian crossing at all. It's more a case of we want it, but perhaps we'd prefer it to be at another location. And the other suggestions were that entrance into the Evans Lane car park, also at roundabouts at either end, and also perhaps further up near the post office or the police station. So I think there was blurring, you know, in both.
Everyone wants one, but
yes, yeah, and just yes, and I think with the supplementary consultation that was done earlier this year about converting Evans Lane to one way, that I guess answered and effectively ruled out the option of having the entrance into Evans Lane where the council car park is as being an option for a laneway location, due to the safety reasons and other reasons outlined in the report.
Just a supplement, just a matter of identification, looking at that picture of the overriding picture of the area, Evans Lane, or Evans Street or Evans Lane seems to be versatile in the sense that it comes in from Short Street and goes both left and right and still called Evans Lane, is it, the whole thing?
Yes, there is a, I guess, a complementary consultation that's in the process of being completed to rename it to Church Lane to avoid some confusion with the nearby Evans Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was confused by your instructions there before. Mike, it would have been good to have could we get a pointer up there so you could explain where G is? And while that's happening, could I just ask, with the counting that occurred back in 2017, did that overlap into school times at all? School holidays at all? Because that could actually change the, we need a variance of activity so that we fully understand the needs.
Apologies, Councillor Summerfield. So the 2017 survey. So the 2017 survey was very supportive of the proposed location by nearly 80–90% of the businesses at that point in time. So there was a lot of support. We were actually looking at 2 crossings in the main street there, as noted in front of the report there.
Yeah, Mike, I was wondering whether it crossed over into school holiday time so that we could get an accurate reflection of schools in and schools out, the sort of activities, movements.
Look, school holidays weren't probably considered as a in or out as a particular influencer. Though schools use the pool, and that a lot of the community just use the pool right through, the summer period from when the pool's open to when it closes. The other major users from the community are like the doctors and the Sullivan Nicolaides and news agencies and stuff like that. So a lot of our vulnerable users are elderly, and those are using a lot of other services in that location. So having that accessibility across the street, it's not about just access to the pool, it's also about access to across the street to and from different businesses in the IGA. So, if somebody goes to the doctors and they want to pop across the road to go to the IGA to pick up the bread and the milk before they go home, or vice versa, it's enabling, or go to the IGA, get the bread and milk, and then go to the news agency to get the paper. It's enabling people to do their normal day-to-day functions. It's a pretty long street. A mid-block crossing's what's required.
I wasn't suggesting the focus around the pool during school holidays, just that there would be children out and about moving around all around the CBD during the school holidays. That was what I was indicating.
The school that would be most using the street to cross would be the St Joseph's Catholic Primary School that's down in Murray Street, I guess, and they use that. A lot of the children walk to school. The Better Electrical store too is just over on the northern side of the street there as well. So, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mike. And I don't know if this is to you or to Trevor, but it's a little bit hard to see where the proposed crossing is now. Where is that in relation to the pedestrian crossing that goes through to the car park at the back? Does it actually...
There's no pedestrian crossing in the street.
No. Sorry, the pedestrian walkway into... Yeah. So does the pedestrian crossing... How far away is that?
Will it?
Sorry, excuse me.
Will it?
I'm trying to see this pointer.
It's really... I
think they pointed at the thing.
Oh, right. So your query... apologies, Councillor Taylor. Your query...
Yeah, so see...
if I... No, I'm sorry, I'm getting... This pointer is not quite...
Yeah, doesn't like to play.
An easy one to point with.
520 might be better.
Be frank.
Who would believe that you could not get a pointer that
The proposed crossing is through here, okay? So basically, the laneway that basically runs between IGA and the pool, so that sort of runs straight across there. So that's that's that walkway that runs behind the pool.
Right.
So across here in Murray Street is where we're looking at the bus stops, just where I've got the pointer now, and then there's a walkway through the back of the houses and that there, and around to the back of the pool and then through. So that walkway exists now, and the proposed crossing is basically across the street here.
So then just looking at the screen, if you go to the left a little bit. Yep. So if you go to the left a little bit, is that a pedestrian walkway through to the car park at the back?
This one here?
Yeah.
That's actually a laneway, so it's used by traffic now. Okay, so it's, you know, and being a laneway, people walk through there, but traffic use it now. So that was one of the suggestions that have come back.
So then the reasoning for closing that was there was no emergency access. Is that correct?
The reason for not closing?
Yes.
Well, it limits emergency access and obviously limits, you know, accessibility into the car park at the rear here. So even though there is access through Evans Lane off Short Street, Evans Lane going to Hume Street, I think it's one way south. And so that by keeping that car park, that laneway access off Yandilla Street, it's quite important, but from an accessibility point, there's about 50 car spaces there. So making that readily available and easily accessible to the community is pretty important as well.
So,
as well as
may I have a
emergency
follow-up,
vehicles.
please? Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, Mike. So
Yep.
if we close that laneway off, traffic still has accessibility from, is it Short Street? And wouldn't it be more safe for traffic to go via Short Street into Evans Lane than turning from Yandilla Street? I would think. And then if we closed off that little laneway and put shades across, it'd be a nice little meeting area for people or residents there, and you had the crossing coming into that. Just a thought.
Look, it's a reasonable thought from the perspectives that you're indicating. That said, it's a one-way lane in off Yandilla Street, so that's relatively safe. And as long as the right turners actually, you know, allow for a break in the traffic to go across.
Because you've also got
the issue is that you're moving it away from where people want to cross, and this is trying to make this pedestrian friendly and friendly to vulnerable users, and support them. This isn't, you know, as much as that's an option. The issue here is accessibility across the street, and the best accessibility across the street for pedestrian users is sort of this location here, just to the east of the IGA there. Otherwise, you're getting people wanting to go up the street and then cross and then back down, and what that sort of drives is the wrong behaviours. You start getting people wanting to cross the street where they want to cross the street, not following sort of reasonable direction of using pedestrian crossings and things like that. So it's, you know, for those that actually want to actually cross the street, which is, and in many cases, the elderly and the young, trying to have that crossing in a location which is readily usable for them from a behavioural point of view is really a critical factor. Human behaviour tends to be, I'll take the shortest possible route across the road, and I think we all recognise that. We even do it out here where sometimes it might be just 20, 30 metres up to the traffic lights to cross the road. We'll still run straight across here to grab the coffee or go to the business. So human behaviour is to take the shortest possible route. What we're trying to do is put the crossing in where the highest usage and best chance of supporting that human behaviour is achieved from a road safety perspective.
Okay. But can I just, as a supplementary then, if we close the laneway off and made it a nice refuge for pedestrians and put some nice sails up and put some greenery there, it might actually change people's behaviour to cross there, perhaps.
Well, the other thing too is council could look at that as a separate project altogether. If council believes the street requires, shade structures and other urban footprint improvements, that could be done. To go and look at doing that again from a timing point of view would potentially put a delay on the project, as the design as it sits is obviously where it has been. And we come back to council and sort of say, the majority of community support is for what's been proposed.
And can I just say that there's seats in the street and there's cafe just up near the swimming pool, and that's where people meet outside there, outside the IGA and other places. So, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Brady. The modelling on, has there been any calculation on the loss of car parking if the pedestrian crossing was to go from Evans Lane across the road there?
The first thing, as you can see in the plan here, is that you lose the lane, so there's some of the space taken up there, but you might go from losing 8 to maybe losing half a dozen spaces that are in there, because you've got the spaces that are opposite that need to go. And then you probably have 1 or 2 either side of the lane. So it might, rather than 8, it might be 6, but you also lose the function of the lane if that was where the location ended up being. I think what we've done in ameliorating car parking issues by what's been proposed on attachment 4, if we go to that again, there's where there's been some looking at and rationalisation of what's been in existence and improving that. And I think that sort of, irrespective of where a crossing would go, those improvements can be made. So, but I think in respect to the issues that were raised by those that weren't fully supportive of its proposed location, we've been able to ameliorate their concerns.
And councillors, we've got a lane over here where people come in one way over here, and it's very valuable. And I think, for cars that are coming, particularly from the east, coming along there, to go into that car park without having to go, and quite a few do, to go into the shop, the IGA in particular. Is there anyone else? No? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to move an alternative motion that the pedestrian crossing be relocated or not as proposed, but coming off Evans Lane and going across between the Chinese and the St Vincent de Paul, St Vinny's.
Number 62.
Is there a second to that? Councillor Shine?
Did you want me to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, I welcome that chance, Madam Chair, because as someone who had a business in Pittsworth for 11 years and actually had a visually impaired patient who was hit in the street, Kev Sullivan, and I think this is where this initiated from in 2015. Mr Brady, you talk about changing behaviours. The majority of people cross in Area G, as we know, and so now where they go from the IGA over to the paper shop and those shops in that area there. So we're trying to direct them further up this way, which to my mind just doesn't make sense. They will cross where they want to cross, and they will still cross in that position outside the IGA, to my mind, and go to those shops further to the west, I think that is. I think we've had a lot of feedback from the community, and I appreciate that you want to get on with this project, but if the only inhibitor to doing this is that we reduce the access to the car park. We've already heard that it's got a couple of alternative accesses, and the use of that space by the community, as Councillor Taylor says, can be a beautiful meeting place and a place for people to gather as a central spot. So that's why I think, in terms of practicality, and someone who has had the lived experience of being in Pittsworth and knowing that people aren't going up to that towards H, they're going to in the G section, and that's where the majority of people cross. And I think to my mind, the questionnaire is kind of. Most people want a pedestrian crossing. That was, to interpret those results as that they want it in the proposed position, it doesn't stack up to me.
Thank you. Against? Speaker against?
Can I ask a question?
A question?
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah. Mr Brady, can I just check, so the head of power of the decision of this, we make a recommendation to TMR. Is it TMR's ultimate decision or ours?
Look, ultimately it's their road, so they would, ultimately they can have the final say exactly where they want that. However, it was this council that approached TMR for this project. So we approached them and we said, following consultation that we'd done, this is the preferred location from the community. So they paid for the design costs of where it's been proposed and are paying for the construction costs. In moving it, should that go forward to Evans Lane, they would obviously have to reconsider whether they wish to still support that, and also and council would have to consider as much as those suburban improvements have been noted by council. There's absolutely no design of those that has been done. There's no budget for any of that work. None of that is available today, and it would hold the project into at least the next financial year. It wouldn't be done this side of June. So there is those risks that go with a move. I think it's, the community is given a very strong, I think, the thinking that the community doesn't want it where it's been proposed, the majority is not quite right. I think the community has indicated that. There is a high usage of in front of the pool and around that area, so trying to position it in a location where you've got IGA, the pool, as I said, news agents, doctors and others. I think the location that's been proposed is the best location. That said, obviously it's council decision ultimately.
Thank you, Mr Brady. Against? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I speak against the proposed amendment and duly support the officer's recommendation. Based on information presented to us, I'm happy with the overall intent of what the officers are trying to achieve with their qualifications around traffic management, and that being cars and pedestrians, all sorts of traffic movement. We will be well accustomed to the overall impacts when we look at an application before council. Every time we look at an application, and this is one of my hobby horses, that we look at the broader impacts of what we're trying to achieve. Picking out one item in the context of overall benefit is dangerous. I'm quite comfortable with the officer's conduct of the survey and his explanation of the overall community feedback. And the notion that closing off an entry to a council car park, and this is where I say the overall traffic flow, one way in, one way out, also prevents potential near miss or accidents in the future by regulating that traffic flow as part of an overall modelling. We've already heard the desire from officers, and I think there is a desire around the table to look at future crossings that will further facilitate both car and pedestrian movement in the heart of Pittsworth in a safe, audible manner. Please, I implore councillors not to pick a piece of infrastructure in isolation without considering the broader context. That's why I'm happy to support the officer's recommendations as a result of community consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. There were 2 crossings, and there's just the money for this one at the point. So it was originally a 2, and there possibly will be another one at some stage, perhaps up the western end of the street. 4, Councillor Shine.
Yes, thanks. I'm happy to second the motion. I had the benefit of meeting on site with some of the business people, including the IGA people and the District Alliance out there, and certainly got the impression that from the business community in Yandilla Street, that the proposed amendment position, that is, I think, opposite 62, number 62, Yandilla Street, from looking at the...
Well, opposite the laneway. Yeah, yes.
The laneway would be 62, was the far, vigorously preferred location, notwithstanding the fact that when you look at the map here, or look at the photos here, it's not all that far away from the swimming pool alternative either. But for them, it was important. And from a safety point of view, they pointed out that people being people will still cross the road without a pedestrian crossing unless it's in the handiest position. And that, to them, was the handiest and the most likely position to be used. I understand the officers' concerns about the closing of that part of Evans Lane that goes into Yandilla Street, and the suggestion that emergency vehicles may not be able to use it. But, was that argument put up when we proposed what we did with Carnival Lane? Should that have been a vehicular access as opposed to a pedestrian one?
It was a building, Councillor Shine, I might remind you. Carnival Lane was a building.
Yeah, I know, but in terms of how it is now, if you were concerned about emergency access, you would be proposing to turn it into a laneway where vehicles could enter.
It was a building in a street.
Well, with respect, Chair, if I could continue my remarks, I go back to what I said right at the beginning in terms of the question I posed, that the results really, in my reading of the statistics, don't indicate that a majority of people favoured the swimming pool alternative. In fact, I'll repeat it, it was 43.5 wanted a different location, presumably the 62 Yandilla Street option, plus 16% of the majority wanted a different location as well. It makes a majority of 59.5. So I think the majority of people surveyed were in favour of it, and certainly, as I said before...
Point of order, Madam Chair. The officer quite adequately explained. Sorry, point of order.
Thank you. Yes, it is a point of order. I think
explained the breakup of the survey.
Yes, the survey's there for us all to read, Councillor Shine, so continue, please, without that.
Oh, well, if that's the way we're going to do debates here in the future, that you interrupt, and I'll welcome that in future, particularly from you, Councillor.
Thank you, well. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shine. Anyone at 4? Thank you.
Can I just have a question?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through the report there talks about the option of going to 40 kilometres an hour.
Yes.
Would that be the case irrespective of where the pedestrian crossing is?
That's what's being
thanks.
proposed.
That's all. Just
thank you.
Clarification.
Madam Chair, I don't wish to speak for or against, rather some clarification, if I might, and I appreciate the lived experience in this. From my point of view, I don't necessarily see this as we're just moving a pedestrian crossing. This comes with all sorts of flow-on effects, like cancelling a traffic lane, turning into a parking lot. And I appreciate that we've had community consultation feedback results on this option. I'm just wondering, has there been any community consultation regarding if we remove the turning into the car park, change it to a laneway that we walk through, that kind of thing? Has there been any community objection to this proposal? I don't feel confident about doing this whole thing without seeing firsthand the results.
It's a very good point, Councillor McMahon. There's been absolutely no consultation on the closing or potential closing of Evans Lane. There's been no engagement. That has been an idea that's been floated by a number of adjoining or adjacent businesses. Okay, and people there. So the impacts on the community holistically haven't been looked at. And as I said, there's no budget in this current budget or proposed for 21-22 to do any of this type of work, and there's a considerable cost to go forward with any proposed closure of Evans Lane that I think Council would have to, Team R may stay on board with the crossing, and again I'd have to approach them in regards to postponing their contribution to the next financial year, but we'd have to go out, do engagement with the community again, go right through the whole process, full redesign the crossing, full redesign what Evans Lane may be, take that through to the community and go through all those steps again. So we could be the best part of another 12 months.
Thank you. Councillors, obviously there's no one else against. I will say that I'll remind councillors that Pittsworth Alliance did not want a crossing there at all. And they did not want a crossing there at all. And that we've gone out and consulted with the community, and the ordinary people in the street that want the community, majority of those want the crossing where we've actually said. So that's all I'll say. And my family have lived there for over 30 years. So I spend a lot of time in Pittsworth, have done over the time, and I'm there on weekends and weekdays and other things as well. So I'll wrap up there. So just need to be very careful that when you're listening to the voices, the loud voices, that you're aware that they're from everyone, not just from a certain interest group. So I'll actually, we've got a mover and a seconder, and we've run out of speakers. So I'll take the vote. Those for the amendment.
Point of order.
Did you want to? Yeah. It's an amendment. Did you want to sum up, Councillor O'Shea?
I'd like the opportunity to. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add a little bit of, again, the lived experience of people turning right into Evans Lane coming up there. So they're trying to get across the traffic fairly quickly, so they often are sort of going quite quickly into that lane. So in terms of it being a sort of a dual, with pedestrians and cars, I think it's sort of safety is questionable at the moment. But given that there are, and we've made that point a couple of times, that there are other accesses to that car park, I think the benefits for this, and I go back to Kev Sullivan, who was hit by a car going from the IGA over to that majority of the shops that are on to that western side, rather than going back up to the east and using the pedestrian crossing there. So with that, I would employ my other councillors to give this due consideration.
Thank you. I'll put the amendment. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you. It's carried. And the amendment becomes the motion now, or do we need to?
No, that's just the motion.
That's just the motion because it's committee. Exactly. We need a division. Thank you. Against? Thank you. So they won't have their crossing. The reasons? Well,
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan will be able to. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan will have
she's
reasons.
had a shop there for how long? I don't know. For the
well, I think it's good. Responding to the report, I think that, and responding to the community consultation that and the business community and pedestrians and I'm rambling now. I need to wrap this up a little bit.
point of order. Why do we need to provide a reason when we've...
Well, Councillor Summerfield, the CEO has suggested to me that we need to find a reason. I'm operating under the CEO's guidance.
Under the Local Government Act, if you don't adopt the officer's recommendation, you have to have a reason. It's just a standard requirement.
So yes, in response to business and community feedback, that was the preferred site for the crossing.
Madam Chair, I've got a question, and this is why I raised the point of order before. May I? I've got a question around some of the reasoning there, and the reason why I raised the point of order, and I'm sorry, Councillor Shine, if you took offence to me raising a point of order, but any councillor can at any time, if they feel that the information that's being presented is untrue or incorrect. The reason why I am questioning that reason that's been put up subject to community feedback.
Yes,
we heard from the officer the breakup of the community response, and it wasn't as suggested that the majority were against. The broader consultation and the subsets that the officer alluded to clearly pointed towards the majority of the community being in favour of that location. So that reason doesn't stack up.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. You're quite right. The majority of the community supported it where the officers said, and the officers have checked the safety of all those things. But the CEO has just said we need, as a council, to decide on what the reasons are, and I don't believe they can be safety.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd like to add that I find that the results were inconclusive. I think the officer said as much himself, that they can be cut different ways. So, you know, I think that the feedback was inconclusive, and that's... You know.
The feedback that said no was from the business community, that's all. So, Mr CEO, can you just give us advice on how we go forward?
I think from what Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan said was that you believe the decision was based on it wasn't decisive or it was inconclusive. And you've made an alternate recommendation based on that?
That's right.
On an alternate location?
That's all you need.
So does council support that?
Well, that's
because we have to support that.
That's the reason, obviously.
Public comment to me. It's different to what they got.
Thank you. We move on to item 4, which is the Toowoomba City Centre car parking strategy implementation project. And is James down here? Yes. No?
No. Rod.
Rod. I'd invite our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, Rod Betts, to introduce that. Thanks. Or Michael introduce it and Rodney will be there.
So, councillors, this is a project that obviously council's fully supported previously through support within the budgets, and that to be moving forward as part of our car parking strategy, the Toowoomba City Centre car parking strategy 2019. What this report in essence is all about is that we wish to go to expressions of interest in the procurement of the policy, a number of elements of the project which are listed there. So it's the vendor IT infrastructure work package consisting of integrating all of council's existing parking infrastructure systems and processes into a single digital platform. So it's going out to market and getting the best of what's available, and going through an EOI process we believe will give us the best opportunity to look to what innovations and technologies are available in the market. Obviously that will then go through, once that's shortlisted, that goes then through a tender process. And then the second part to the recommendation is that, just for your information, so you know the things are progressing and other elements of is going out for the pay and sensor infrastructure work packages. So this is all just, in essence, though there's a lot of fairly significant technical elements to the report. It's basically about the procurement strategy that we're heading down.
Thank you, Mike. And there's a lot of information there, but more really it's about formalising it, isn't it? That we've got budget for it, and it's just keeping council informed and formalising that we're going out for
and under the Act,
expressions
we
of
need to come
interest.
to council to go out
Yeah,
for EO1s.
Okay. Any questions?
Can I just ask, that's essentially about how we work our existing car park? It doesn't take into account potential need, or will it find if there is potential need for further car parks?
No, I'll get Rod to answer, but no, this is about going out on, you may remember the presentations and other things that we've given to council, and council's also asked us to take on board in bringing forth, so it's all the on-street car parking, all our off-street car parking, and getting that under one technological
No, that's fine.
umbrella.
That's fine. I thought there's a broader subject we ought to be discussing, and that's the potential for
Mr. Mayor, this
investment somewhere down the track.
This is
private or
about
public.
the procurement going forward with what we've got there. Thanks. Other
That's fine,
questions?
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Shine?
No, thanks. I must say I
didn't
spend the time on this that I should have to get my head around it, but what I really want to know is that we're spending 3.7 million. What are we going to get different that's different from what we've got now? Are they new parking meters throughout or something of that nature? Or is that what we're on about here, and just in layman's terms?
So the intent of the project is, at the moment, things are managed ad hoc through 6 or 7 different technologies, different systems. It's very difficult to pull data on any particular topics because we've only got sensors in some bays, not in all bays. We're on 4 or 5 different vendor-provided platforms to try and extract data. We're relying on what they're prepared to give us. So it's very difficult at the moment to collate that broader view of parking around the CBD to understand how it is being used, whether the existing parking is being used well enough. It might be overused here, underused there. So at the moment we can't, it's not easy for us to give you an overall picture which explains the level of parking around the CBD real time. That's an internal looking view. That there's many benefits with getting more technology out there. The ability, if you're at the Gold Coast or Brisbane, to look at your phone and see where free car parks are before you start your journey, or the ability to look at a digital sign that says, look, there's this number of spaces over in that area of town. This whole project is about enabling parking, not just for us, but for all of the customers and users of the CBD, which will then, once we have access to all of that data, allow us to start looking at these other issues that we know exist around our parking. But at the moment, it's very difficult to do it because we simply don't have access to the data. But nor does the customer have access to understand, well, that street's pretty busy. Is there a side street here I can find a free space in? I'll just go and park in Bowen Street instead of looping up and down Ruthven Street, that sort of thing. So a lot of it's around that customer focus and having the technology in place and the equipment that enables all of that. We would be looking at phone payment, and there's potential to look at how we manage a range of other things once we have that enabling infrastructure in place.
Thanks.
If I may, Chair, this is something that's being done in other comparable regional cities.
Yes.
Keeping up with that.
Yes, look, most of the major capital cities and the larger regional centres like the Gold Coast already have these sorts of solutions in place and have had them in place for a number of years.
This is a continuation of the last council. This is just a progression, and to try to move it forward. So there's a lot of information there, but in reality, it's just the next part of the process to move this way. Councillor Summerfield, I do apologise. I missed you before. Yeah.
It's answered now. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any other questions?
Sorry, if I may as well. How much do we make a year out from parking fees? Any idea?
A normal year.
COVID, yeah.
Parking revenue in terms of the income from meters was in the order of 3 to 3.3 million, and I guess on a fairly general increase as the activity around the CBD increased. Obviously with COVID and the impacts on retail and CBD business, there's not as much activity. We've probably dropped 10 to 15%, but you'll see those numbers in your budgets. So as the CBD and the economic activity returns, we expect that will lift up again. There's also, whilst we don't like to claim it as an income source, the penalty infringement notices from people who are doing the wrong things, overstaying parking time limits or not paying for their parking. I'm not across those figures, that's in Kevin Jeffrey's area, but I believe it's in the order of, Brian, $750,000 to $1 million a year as well.
Yeah, no, it's good. Just finally, if I might, on page 541 of your books, there's a boundary marked with green, which,
yes,
goes far outside the CBD. What's the purpose of that boundary, the green boundary?
Okay, the outerlying boundary there is our current central traffic area. It's an area that under the Transport Operations Road Use Management Act we are allowed to define and impose a general default parking time limit across that broader area. That's why as you come in across that boundary you see the signs that say Toowoomba Central Traffic Area, maximum 3-hour parking unless otherwise signed. So it's a sort of statutory mechanism under the Transport Act that allows us to manage parking in that broader area. The intent of it at the time, Toowoomba's always, well, it's had a central traffic area for many, many years. The purpose of that traffic area has moved, I guess, a little bit over time, but about a decade ago, or even actually 2 decades ago, there was a lot of overspill of worker parking, particularly from the CBD area into the adjoining residential areas. And the council of the day formed the view that it needed this form of control to better manage where those workers would park to try and minimise these impacts on the residential areas adjoining the CBD. Caledonian Estate in particular and up around Godsall and Hume Streets. And the council agreed at the time to put in this, you can park here for 3 hours, which allows visitors and service people generally to park on street in that broader area, but it allows us to manage these overspill effects of workers trying to park in free locations rather than paid closer in locations.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Rod. I don't think we're the only city that does that either, Rod, are we? I think other cities
almost
do that as well.
any place you go to will have a traffic area of some form.
It may not be well known in some areas. I know I'm familiar with Anzac Avenue, and I think next door to where I live is probably within that green area, and I was totally unaware that you could only park there for 3 hours. But,
and certainly, I guess, with the community engagement moving forward, it's an opportunity to remind people of that. There's over 150 signs out on all of the streets that intercepts. I think they just become part of the background that we drive past every day.
Yeah.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillor O'Shea, did you want to...
Yeah, so thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment, if I may. Thanks, Mike and Rod and all the staff. I know a lot of work's gone into this. I think this council, a lot of work, obviously, to get to this point. It is a pretty exciting point to where we can go with this. I think often this is a category, obviously, where is one that's open for quite a lot of spears and whatnot from the community around parking, but I think this council has done a lot in over a period of time now around this, and I think this is another really important step, and I think that does feed into probably some of the journey that the Mayor was talking about around what else we need across this city. So I just thought it's a good opportunity to commend the staff, because as I said, I know a lot of work's gone into it and it's not an easy one. So
over many years, yeah. Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. So if there's no more comment, can I have someone move the recommendation, please? The Mayor, and seconded Councillor Melissa Taylor. There's no more comment. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Move on to our item 5, and I'll ask Mike again to introduce that. It's the Internet Protocol Remote Telemetry Traffic Signal Network Communication System. Thanks, Mike.
Again, councillors, I apologise for some of the technology elements that are starting to come through. It's sort of not. I've got to rely on a lot of officers that are specialists in some of these areas to give us advice. So I thank them for their input. Look, we did have TMR here recently. I think it was November. Unfortunately, just at that time, there was. At a state level, some changes happening that weren't available to us to know at that moment in time. But what's come through, councillors, is the approach that's taken to controlling signals, not just in Toowoomba but across the state. And the attachments that are there, attachment 1 shows what we call the mesh system, and how the signals for both TMR and council are managed across the region. And then there's the change in technology, or improvement in technology, which is now being rolled out across the state by TMR. And so with other, very similar to other cities, be it Cairns, be it Gold Coast or others, where there's an integration of signals between TMR and the council. TMR have gone out to the councils and approached them to come on board with this new technology. The system will bring through quite a number of new benefits and opportunities as we move forward. And from a cost point of view, TMR, if we get on board now, paying for all the implementation costs of the change, which we think is quite very positive, and also the operations and maintenance costs for the next 3 years. So in this change, so I think it's a very positive change. Post that 3 years, there is a lot changing with technology in the signal space. For instance, 3G, it's been indicated that we won't have 3G service within the next 3 years. So there'll be ongoing constant change, and as I've mentioned with our signals, they do right through, they go through a bit of a technological upgrade every 3 to 5 years in any case. But look, if there's any specific questions, I'll get right up again to assist.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. I think it's an opportunity when, this is happening for us to get on board with the later technology, and the offers there that it's going to be as a partnership with no cost to us initially. So I think it's a pretty good opportunity. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to General Manager Mike. And I guess the wording around of its agreement to partner, and you quite rightly said there, Madam Chair, that our partnership so far is zero until after 3 years. So I just wondered what the partnership was. Do we provide access to some of our equipment, or is there, what level of partnership is there that council is actually doing in this, or is it more just DTMR
We've always
doing the whole thing?
We have a memorandum of understanding in the operation of signals and that across as what is presented to council back in November. So there's a lot of integration between how our network works and how TMR works. So that's on the movement of traffic through the city and all sorts of things, depending on which intersections are involved. So there's that level of work, that level of integration, partnering continues day in, day out. It's been there for decades and will continue well into the future. TMR also provide us after-hours service from a point of view of links through to Nerang, which is a 24/7 base for any major signal outings or any issues with our traffic signals. So there's a lot of support they give us. There's also a lot of mutual support between officers, TMR officers and council officers, be it at a technical level or be it at a operational level on the ground in regards to support when there's problems and issues. So it is a very positive relationship that we have with the DTMR, and one that going forward under this is really a change in technology, but one that will be very positive for council going forward. It doesn't mean that there's no cost to council to run our signals over the next few years, where that continues. There's always a cost, but this is in the operation and maintenance of the system, the IRPT.
Mike, you mentioned that both parties, we won't have access to their data or anything else. That stays as it is?
Yeah. So there's firewalls with the fibre optic being proposed, and our ICT team have already been early engagement there as well. Each organisation would have its typical security firewall, so even though there's a link between the two, it's the sharing of the data and information that the organisations agree to share, which assists both parties.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Cole?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. I think it's a great step forward, utilising this sort of technology. I think back to Councillor Melissa's request around sequencing of traffic lights. In my view, this is an extremely positive step towards taking a broader view, and I hope that we embark on further stages of putting our network onto the cloud network, and which in my view, and a layperson's view that is, Mr. Betts, that would allow further opportunities for us to review the sequencing of our traffic lights across the city. So I'm happy to move as per the recommendation if there's...
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Tim, did you have a query or question?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering...
can you just hold there till I find a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate you said that we're working with TMR and they have their 24-hour contacts, etc. I'm just wondering if you could clarify, in the consultation on page 2 of the report, Council does not possess the necessary specialist resources to manage the system, so what will we be doing long term in that space?
The same as now. I don't think anything's changing.
Yes, so Councillor Maman, that comment refers to the current radio mesh canopy system, which has been generally technically supported by TMR, with Council providing access to its facilities for that equipment to be installed. So what we're simply saying is that when we get into this public or licensed band gigahertz area of the radio network, it is a fairly specialist communications area, and neither in my group or in ICT do we have the capacity to take on the management of an additional network of that nature if we were to try and keep what we currently have while Main Roads is trying to operate what it's trying to operate. I think it's simply an example of statewide they have gone to the latest available technology. They've gone to a contracted supplier of that technology, Telstra, and they have a fairly strong relationship with Telstra in terms of the ongoing maintenance response and outage response and those sorts of things. So it does rely on the department managing that end of the contract effectively, but given it's across the state, I believe they will.
So short answer, we don't need to employ highly technical staff.
We don't need to try and keep something that is now, it has been around for a number of years, but it's starting to become technically obsolescent and will become, as other bandwidth needs increase, it'll become increasingly difficult to manage over time. And we believe that this outsourced solution that the department's offering is really in everybody's interest.
So we'd become isolated virtually and without the thing. Any other questions, comments? Okay, so I have a mover and a seconder.
Oh, hang on, I did have
sorry, Councillor Somerville.
Apologies for that. I just wondered what the financial implications could be potentially for council after the 3 years are up. Are we exposing ourselves to an unknown financial implication moving forward after those 3 years?
Councillors, we've looked into it from a point of view of approximately where we think it will be, estimating where it will be. We actually believe that will either be where we are or potentially slightly better from an operational cost point of view. So the mesh system that we currently have does have a fairly significant labour support element to it from our technical staff. So under the IPRT, that would reduce significantly. So in respect to that little bit of labour, so that's in our electricians and the support that they give. So that allowed them to, we've got backlogs for many other things that have to happen with the signals, and also backlogs for other maintenance and operations across council in buildings and different things. So that would free up a little bit of time in that space because the signals take precedence if they're breaking down to be fixed. So its draw on labour may reduce a little. So that's what we believe overall, that we should stay on or about where we're at, but potentially a little better.
Thank you, Mark.
The follow-up question was, and you've sort of played in that area in your response, was that as a result of this, do we look at a service delivery review to see what opportunities are there to move staff into other areas or something like that?
Yeah, look, it's probably not so much moving staff into other areas. It's probably, as I've mentioned, getting onto work that still needs to be done that's sitting there. We've got backlogs for signal improvements that even councillors have made mention of over recent years that are still sitting there to happen, like putting in left turn signals or arrows and different things like that. So
that sounds very positive, Mike.
that's where I'm hoping the thing. It's not. I'm not talking about a 1 FTE saving or, we're talking about maybe 0.1, 0.2 FTE sort of savings in time and effort. So rather than that going into running a mesh system, they can be focused on to improvements to our network.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a mover and a seconder. No other questions. Those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. That ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for March. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thanks. Well, we don't have any confidentials. No. So thank you.
Yeah.
And I think we'll have planning back.
Were you going to lunch or?
What do you think? Brian's not here. I think, should we plug forward?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we'll just go forward.
Madam Chair, there is a hope that we can meet to discuss the matter of the staff survey and how we handle that after lunch for a while. I think Brian and I have been trying to...
Yes, so I think we'll continue the meeting.
Continue this meeting now.
Yes.
If you want to finish it now, then we'll have lunch, then we'll do the other if that's suitable.
Well, it's worth a line. It's worth a line. Little people don't matter.
I wonder about the survey pictures. Oh, sorry. I wonder about the survey. Gee, I don't get any outputs worth about that.
We have it.
I left my little sheet up there. I just
It's the interpretation of anything that comes.
Thanks. I'll resume the planning and development meeting. Can I have someone move that we move into confidential? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Shine, all those in favour? It's carried. item number 6, councillors, is the strategic planning study update. So can I have someone move the recommendation? Councillor Carl, Councillor Summerfield, all those in favour? Thank you. It's carried. Item number 7 is the court appeals and compensation claims for February 2021. Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. And item number 8, please, someone help me. Regional enforcement actions, February 2021. Can I have someone move that? Mr Mayor and Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. And that's the end of the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Well done.